How are we doing today? Sat here and see Down Under Maker. You know, I know you're heading out, so drive safe. I feel bad that you're feeling sick, but hope you feel better. Mad Dog, how you doing? Tom, I see you here in chat. We'll sit here and give a bit for people to kind of trickle on in here. Let's see. I don't know how many people we have in here just now. Looks like just the 4 so far. Oh, Daniel, how you doing? Ooh, all the way down in Portugal. And Howie, hope you're having a good day. Havoc, it's blue because that's painter's tape. And what's wrong with blue?
What's wrong with it is that it's not orange.
Fair enough. But at the same time, I mean, Eiffel 65, you know, wrote their whole song blue, so I mean, it can't be that bad. But we do have a Baja this time. I've been sitting here waiting. I knew we were going to be doing some tuning and everything with the printer, so I knew temperatures were going to get hot, so I have the room here at like 20°C. Been doing a bit of heat soaking of the chamber and everything for when we're tuning. That way we're not having to wait so long for everything to get up to temperature.
That's what you think.
Havoc, believe it or not, some of my family did go to the University of Florida. It's actually kind of funny. Half my family went to the University of Florida. The other half went to Florida State University. So it didn't matter where I went to college, as long as it wasn't the University of Miami. The one thing the family agrees on. In between streams, I did pick up a few things. First thing I got, because I knew we were going to be doing some tuning here, is I did get a poly dryer so I could sit here and make sure that the filament was dry. That way, as we did retraction testing and things of that nature, you know, I can make sure that it was actually the retraction causing the stringing and not a moist filament. Been running it. It's gotten to 27% humidity in there, which beats the 93% humidity it is outside. So I'll say that's pretty good, especially since this room isn't that well sealed from outside. So hey, that's good. Good, Lamia, how you doing? You've been waiting for this. So yeah, we're going to be doing some tuning and everything. No, I don't have a rewinder in the poly dryer. Miko Makes, how you doing? Good. Pretty sure it's good morning for you. So I have been sitting here kind of heat soaking this. WRX, welcome in. So that way we didn't have to sit here. And so we had our poll. You know, if people are tired of this Voron yet. You know, apparently a third of you are, and a third of you, and 2/3 of you say, no, we're still good.
I agree with the 1/3.
Yeah, James is like, I want to see something besides this, which we're going to be getting to fairly soon.
Next project, next project.
But before we can do that, we need to make sure that this is actually printing properly so I can print out parts for the next project. That also being said, you know, once we get this tuning and everything done, there are still parts that I need to print for this, like the skirts and the little back panel here that holds the PTFE tube in, and a few little cosmetic things, like a few more clips. How you doing, Digital Dragon? Welcome on in. So today is going to be, I'm going to be interacting with chat a bit more than I usually do. Oh, Miko, both of us have ADHD. The struggle is real.
I do want to know, as far as needing to print the extra parts for this printer, I'm assuming we're not going to stream all that. I don't know how long those prints are going to take.
Oh, no. So we definitely wouldn't sit here and stream printing the parts. Like, I wouldn't do a print and chill for that, especially after a tune and chill. How you doing, projects? But would you guys like to see another stream after this one if we get this thing tuned properly today of us putting in the skirts and everything? Or would you like us to move on to another project? Let me see. Maybe I can make a... Let's see if we can get a poll in chat here and see what you guys think. Here's... Let's go into here and start a poll. Let's see here. What do you want the next? Answers are going to be... complete the cause.
Oh, you didn't get the memo? We're going to start that Nerf blaster tonight as soon as we're done with the tuning.
Parts on the printer.
The thing is, Penguin doesn't know it. He just found out.
For new project. Okay. Okay.
Actually, as far as this printer, I think the next project for this printer, after printing the rest of the functional parts, the door hinges, the skirts, and all that, it's actually going to be the Carto, and then we'll do the stealth changer.
Yeah, Carto's probably going to be first on this thing. Nerf blaster projects, maybe eventually.
Oh, Penguin, you missed it. I told him we're starting that tonight as soon as we're done with the tuning.
See, the problem with making a foam blaster is I know James is going to sit there behind camera and I'm randomly going to get shot, which I know you guys will probably love. But
because you need to be. That's why.
Let's see here. Quad enraged rabbit with a quad tool changer. I have some plans to sit here and go pretty crazy if I do go into the cell changer or tool changer and all that. So if I did the crazy, it would definitely have to be cell changer because while Index is looking amazing, no tool cutter, no filament cutter yet for it. So a Hello Kitty Darth Vader cosplay suit.
Yeah, I think that's coming up in the pipeline. For you though.
Except I know I'm pretty sure that in the 501st, the cosplay for Star Wars, I'm pretty sure that the Hello Kitty Darth Vader cosplayer is actually in the Florida 501st garrison. So I don't want to be stepping on those toes. All right. Well, so like I said, I've been heat soaking the chamber to sit here, and so we don't have to wait as much. So the things we haven't done as far as tuning is, we have to get the PID tuning done. We did it early on for the hot end, but that was before we were enclosed, so we're probably gonna have to do that again. We have not done a bed PID yet, so we're probably gonna start there. We've got to do our retraction testing, the stringing testing, pressure advance, all of that. We have to do input shaper on this, but I figure what we'll start with is I'm going to go ahead and start by doing the bed. And typically from what I've seen on, my the rolls of filament I have around here, and what Orca Slicer is giving me, about 110 is a good target temperature for ABS. So that's what we're going to start with. Let's see here. Down under, skip Jabbercloggy and Profit. So Miko, eventually I think I might do, I don't know if I'm going to go A4T. I might do Dragon Burner. We'll see. OptiPax, how you doing? Repo, how you doing? Welcome on in. So Miko, we've got the Cardo. We got to go through and do the calibration so I can make sure that when I reprint the carriage and everything so that it can hold Cardo, that we're getting a good print out of it. So let's go ahead and start this PID tune on the bed. We're targeting 110. Let's see how this goes. I've got the room temperature here at 20 degrees C because I knew that I was going to be doing these things with the bed and all that. So it got pretty toasty at the end of stream last stream. Projects, if you are watching The Pit, if you have not seen the latest episode, I will say it is an emotional roller coaster, but I will not spoil any of the plot. Pat, how you doing? Welcome on in. So we're sitting here just getting this started. I did go through, and actually this is what I can show. James, can you make the computer screen big?
Absolutely not.
So I went through, Tom here, Cybertech, came and helped me out a lot because one of the problems I was having is like when we printed our benchy last time, through whatever retraction settings or anything it has while it's doing the homing, it would start printing, but like I had set up some skirts to go last time. It didn't even get the skirts out before it started printing the bottom layer on this. So Tom actually went through.
Sorry, I really need to interrupt you right now. Someone just found out about Arcane for the first time, and I envy them so much.
You have just mentioned one of James's favorite shows, and James introduced that show to my partner.
I really, really wish I could rewatch that show without having seen it. Oh, so good.
But so what Tom did is, he helped me get a bit of tuning done in the printer config. The first thing we did was we actually added, let me just do this. We added a prime line macro, so that way, whenever my print starts, it'll do a prime line so I can make sure that it's extruding filament before it even starts trying to do the print. I tried to do that with skirts. I think my some retraction in here at some point is too high. And so that made it so it wasn't printing. So bottom layer is not the best on the benchy. We can do better. James has something to say.
You can always do better. If you keep going off that mentality, you're never going to be done.
James, haven't you been paying attention to chat this entire time? A Voron is never done.
You know what I mean. We're moving on to the next project.
Yeah. But then the other things we did is we went through and tuned up sped up X and Y for our homing. So by default, X and Y is at something like 20 for the homing speed. Well, we bumped it up to 80, so that way it homes a little bit faster. The other thing we did is we commented out the stealth chop, because even though it was at 0, when it's at 0, it's disabled. So I just commented out so it doesn't even go through there. So that way, when we do start printing at these higher speeds, I've been doing research on it as well. Stealth chop can sit here and lead to things such as layer shifting and stuff like that at higher speeds, because it sacrifices a bit of accuracy for silence. So honestly, this is either going to be here in the studio, or once we get the other studio up, in another studio away from people. So noise I'm not too worried about. James and I both run servers in our houses. Compared to that, this is nothing. So I'm not too concerned about noise. I'll make it a bit louder to sit here and have better accuracy.
I'm sorry, what'd you say? I couldn't hear you.
That's because you're deaf.
What?
Exactly. So went through and tuned those. So I want to give a big shout out to Tom, aka Cybertech, because he's been real supportive and everything. Helped walked me through some of these to get it going, and so I can't thank him enough. So I believe in giving props to people when they deserve it and help out. So wanted to do that. No, I can't be an adult. Adulting's hard. Okay, so it's almost reached. So we're at 98 degrees on the PID tune, so it's getting up there slowly. Oh yeah. Down under, I've seen some of your config files, and by the time I get to that point, I'm hoping, like, I can tell you my printer config is going to look completely different, because I'm going to be pulling out like the steppers and putting them in their own config file. So eventually, I'd like my actual printer config file to look kind of like what Clicky does with theirs. Oh, let's see here. Yeah, where the file is just a bunch of includes, because then I know, hey, look, I need to mess with the X stepper, or yeah, the X stepper. I'll go to the X stepper file, and that's where it's going to be. But in time, that will come. Yeah, that'd be a thing to do, Miko. 7 tool heads on this with six vivids. The 7th one would be there for the ports. PNX, how you doing today? Oh, for noise, yeah. I've seen your stream with how loud that vivid can be. That is no joke, but hey, it is what it is. I'm even, I'm looking into new servers right now myself. I'm trying to find a decently priced Dell server that at least runs DDR4, because I can find some of their older stuff that runs DDR3, but I want a DDR4, at least a DDR4 server. On the secondhand market, that makes it nice. Control F is your friend, Howie. That is definitely true. If it wasn't for Control F right now, I would be going crazy going through all the printer config, because it's okay. Scrolling down, how far do I have to scroll down until I find, Safe Z Home, which, actually isn't in here anymore because we had to comment it out because of Clicky. Let's see. So you just group all your steppers into motion.config. That's another way to do it, to kind of group similar things together, and it makes going through this so much easier. Let's see. Miko, you want to put a Voron with a Vivid next to an NX K3 and compare to the noise levels. I actually want to build a K3, not because of the size or anything, but I've got the flying gantry. I love that, but there's something about the motion system of that Cross XY that just looks interesting and makes me want to build that. For no other reason than I like the motion system seems interesting to me. A lot of my decisions on what printer I'm building have nothing to do with I'm building it for this reason. I mean, this one I'm building because I wanted to print things like big armor sets and stuff like that. So, you know, having a bigger printer makes sense for that. But, you know, down the road, the Micron or the V0, just because I can.
Hey, I gotta say, this is our first stream since our first video came out. Hey guys, we're real YouTubers now.
Yep. And actually, believe it or not, funny enough, for those of you that were here for the first stream, and remember, this was the shirt I was wearing on that first stream. You can actually read the words this time.
I can fix that.
No. Look at James beating all those people that have been here since the beginning. Let's see. GoToLami has a question. For all, when you decide to make a new config file, you just keep appending to the main file. So GoTo, I think that, my opinion, that really depends on the person. Like, both ways work. For me, it's, you know, having them separated makes it more manageable. But like how he says, Control F, you can search through it very quickly. But, you know, there's other people that you go through their configs and it's a bunch of stuff. There's entire sections commented out because they didn't need that anymore, and they just changed it instead of getting rid of it because they might need it later. Just commented out and it just stayed in there. Let's see here. Oh, Miko, you're offering help if I decide to build a K3? Who knows? Maybe if I get that kit, we can sit here and do a co-stream or something. You know, I'll be on here being the hands and build it, and you'll sit here and tell me what I'm doing wrong.
Finally, it means I don't have to talk ever. I love that.
What do you guys think of that for a concept for a stream? You know, me being on here being the idiot building the printer and having someone else that has more experience telling me how I'm doing it wrong.
I mean, I don't have more experience, but I will gladly tell you that you're doing it wrong.
That's because you want to tell everyone they're doing everything wrong.
That's because they are.
For James, everything is a skill issue. Okay, so we finally gotten to that point where it's doing the oscillating of getting that temperature up, down, so... Down, under,
Did you maybe have a stroke? Are you okay? What do you smell right now?
Yeah. Last one didn't quite make sense down under.
I'm confused.
It's like we went from English to French. Let's see. I would say down under. I know you grew up in, or you were born in Europe and everything. So, you know, parlez-vous français? Which, unfortunately, I sat here. They tried to teach it to me when I was younger. Instead of, they went from Spanish to French to Spanish, or Spanish, French, Spanish. And unfortunately, there's certain words. Yeah, down under, that's good point. That is kind of you right now. And telling me what I'm doing wrong. But yeah, so unfortunately, my tongue, when it comes to certain languages, prefers the French pronunciation of certain words. And so, you know, Spanish is spoken a lot around here, but unfortunately, there's certain words that, like for instance, words that end in tion, when I'm trying to pronounce those correctly, that I do a French pronunciation on them instead of a Spanish one.
So what is that little square of hard bread that you sometimes get on top of a salad? What's that called?
A crouton?
Making sure.
Oh, it's just like James was making fun of me the other day for the way I say antenna.
I thought you were going to call it a crouton. Where people call it that, and it's hurts my soul.
It's Cretan. Let's see here. Mad Dog, you have a better idea. James gets to build the printer, and I get to watch him do it and make comments and make and tell him what to do. Mad Dog, if you can get James on camera, that would be amazing. Okay, so the PID tuning of the bed finished. I'll be 100% honest, I don't know what these values mean. But I know we're gonna save them, but what I'm gonna do first, before we...
There is just no good place to put your face cam. Wherever I put you, you're blocking something.
Bed, we're gonna do the extruder. And then target for this one, I think we were going 220. Let's see what Orca Slicer has to say about that. Nozzle first layer 260. Okay, so we're apparently going 260. So let's set that for 260. Do I remember if in mine if extruder is capitalized or lowercase? Let's find out what that heater. Okay, it is lowercase. Good. We'll go back to our dashboard and we will change the heater to extruder, all lowercase, and set our target temperature to 260 and go ahead and run that. So these are going to be some of the quicker ones. Let's see here. Miko. Let's see, Bad Dog, you remember that pic of yourself you shared? Miko, I'm gonna have to see this pic sometime if it's that funny. Oh, good Mountain Dew. James and I tried a new restaurant today with one of our friends, and it's a farmer's market restaurant but they do it as a buffet style, so it's all you can eat, and they make some good biscuits. What did you think of those biscuits, James?
Pretty good eggs too.
A bit liquidy for me, but yeah, the eggs were pretty good as well there. Okay, so we have... Wow. That hot end heats up fast. All right. Well, Miko, we can sit here if I believe the one that we got with a successful print, at least the first layer it does 260. But if it doesn't work, we can always go back and do another PID tune. Yeah, so the print temperature, it says for my generic ABS, is set for 260. So that's the profile I'm using for the filament right now. So figured might as well right now tune it to that. But if you think 240 to 250 would be better, we can do that. I don't know. Miko, do you know how to stop the... Well, dang. That finished fast. So let's redo the extruder at 250. Let me see here. They're saying 230 to 270, but okay. So if we're good there, then what we're going to do is we're going to do a save underscore config to save both of those PID tunes. And it helps if that would not have worked, because you can't save a config, but you can save a config.
You can sure try.
All right, so that's saved and it's rebooting here on us. Okay, so we're cooling down. So, James, if you want to give us big face cam.
Don't tell me what to do.
I don't have the stream deck over here, otherwise I'd do it.
Yeah, because that's my job. I do it. But you don't tell me what to do. I just do it. Okay.
Well, if you guys remember last time how long those homing sequences took, you know, we did do that tuning on the speed there. Miko, that is, thank you. I love tab complete. I did not know Clipper could do that, so tab complete is awesome. How you doing, LTX? Saw you got your CNC up and going, or was that the laser? Was that a laser? But much better for the speed now on moving around for this. So
I want to see a CNC. Can we get a CNC?
Eventually we'll have one. That's one of the projects I want to do.
You keep saying that word.
I mean, I'd love to get. Let's see. Tab complete will work for any active command or macro that is nice. Okay, so it's the CNC that's up and working. The laser will be back up next week. I have to find the box with the exhaust system. Well, if you've got it in a shop, I can bet that box could be pretty difficult to find. So the next thing that I want to do is I actually want to do a input shaper. I'm going to take and move us manually to the center of the bed. And I'm going to reach in there because apparently I had some filament heat up in the extruder.
Not the penguin. Man, those hinges would be real nice, eh?
Yeah, they would. There's a button at the top of the screen that appears. So it appears up where the emergency stop is and everything down under. Okay, so you can also enable selection indexing on the right of the screen for config. Down under, I'll get with you on that one after stream. But what I've got to do now is I've gone through The LDO pre-configured printer config file that they make already has the ADXL that's built into the Nighthawk stealth burner toolhead board already in it. It already has the resonance tester section already defined in there. So we've got to go and SSH now into our printer, and we're going to get Shaken Tune installed.
It's actually pretty funny how that we don't know where they are. I find it more hilarious this way.
Let's see here. Howie, you already know Taiwanese. That's the language of my people. All right, let's see here. Let's go view. We're going to SSH into this. Okay. Let's see here.
Guys, did you know GNU
never
/ Linux
she
comes with
chose-
absolutely no warning?
Yeah, Howie, I looked through all the parts. I found the bottom panel clips. I found the bottom panel hinges, but nothing for the door. All right, so for those of you that are new to Linux or haven't used Linux or anything like that before, unlike Windows where you can just hit Control V to paste, when you're in a terminal in Linux, you have to do Control Shift V, and that will paste.
Eventually, that will be part of our Intro to Linux series that we will do.
Yep.
But not yet.
So LTX, believe it, I didn't print any of the parts for this. This is actually my first printer that is actually capable of doing ABS, because my other printer that's actually working is a resin printer, and the other one besides that is a Ender 3 that needs some serious tuning done on it. So all these parts were actually printed from me from West 3D through their printed forward program, and Howie actually got me the panel clips. So shout out to both of them, because it would have been a lot harder. I can resin print hinges. I might do that. Those would look nice on here. So, you know, but going on back into this, I'm going to zoom in here a bit more. So for those of you that, you know, like I said, this is also a Linux channel. So you live and learn. So, okay, apparently I can resin print these, and there should be no problem.
I mean, to be fair, you can resin print anything that you can print on a 3D printer. It's just a matter of how good they're going to be.
So this command is wget, webget. So you're getting something from a website. In this case, we're getting from the ShakeTune website. We're downloading a shell script called install.sh. Now, the little icon right here that's highlighted, that's a little vertical bar typically above the enter button. In Linux, it's called a pipe. And all that says is, hey, take whatever this is and output it into this next command. So it's saying, hey, download this file and then run it through bash, which the bash is the born again shell, which is what most Linux distributions use for their interface for their terminal. So we'll go through and do this.
I hope you guys got all that, because there will indeed be a quiz later.
Yeah, James is going to test you all. All right. So now we're getting the dependencies. Shell scripts are awesome when they're done properly, because it's just a bunch of commands, one after the other, already laid out for you. I'm pretty sure the person that would have bashed a pipe would have been James.
What is that installing right now?
So it's installing a thing called ShakeTune.
No. The last package there. What is
Numpy?
What is that name?
Okay, so the first part's done. Now apparently we have to, let's see here. We apparently have to add this whole little section into our printer config, which we'll do for now. Eventually, like I said, this will be ShakeTune. It'll be its own little config file, but we will add it into our printer config. So machine, next page, printer config, and let's go right before the macros. Let's see, that's pins. Homing and gantry adjust. There we go. Yeah, homing and gantry adjustments. We can put the ShakeTune right after that. Okay.
Mike showed up. We gotta show off the hair tie.
Oh, Mike. Yes, he's here. So let's go to the overhead. We got to give Mike his hair tie shot. Got kind of a braided greenish, tealish one today.
Just when you think we're gonna run out, we have another one.
Okay. Now, these all look like commands we need, but for some reason they sat here and commented out the entire thing. The results folder, I'm guessing we're going to need. That actually looks like a comment.
I mean, maybe you should read the manual and it would tell you.
Yeah, it's pretty minty, isn't it? Let's see, a number of results to keep, 10. Keep raw data. False. Show results in web UI. Oh, definitely. Timeout, 600 seconds. Measurement chunk size, 2. Max frequencies, 200. DPI, 200. Okay. Those all look pretty good to me. If it... Let's see here.
We'll teach you, LT. We'll teach you right up.
Yeah, LTX, it's... How many Linux boxes do we have at each location?
The answer to that question is yes.
Oh, down under. Oh. That's not fair to projects. You know, not everyone lives in the world of Linux.
That's their fault.
I mean, with the way Microsoft is going, we might all be living in the world of Linux or some Nix-based system, whether that's Mac OS or Linux here soon.
And those people who are at fault should rectify that immediately.
Okay. Okay, that looks like that should be set up. let's do a save and restart here. See if it comes up properly. Okay, so adding that in did not mess with anything. So
I've done that, Mike, in a way. I have my gaming desktop that runs Fedora in my server rack with a 50-foot HDMI going to the office, not this one, the gaming room, and another 50-foot going to the TV. So you could say I have a Pi set up to my TV for browsing the web. It's pretty similar, right?
okay, so now yeah, Mike, it's cheaper to use a Fire Stick. It can be. I'll definitely say I prefer a mouse and keyboard, and I believe you can set up a Bluetooth mouse and keyboard on a Fire Stick, but it's not the same. Let's see here. So I don't know if there's anything else that we need for ShakeTune. Someone please correct me if I'm wrong, but I've got the two things it said. I've got the installation was, hey, download the shell script so it can install. Oh, look, it's raining now. You know, make sure your accelerator's in there and set up, and your resonance tester's in there and that's set up. And append this to your printer config. So now I just need to find the command that I need to run to do this. Let's see here. TMC Auto Tune. Don't know. Let's see here. All right, I am kind of lost here at this point.
When are you?
Fair enough. Is it the axis shaper calibration that we use to do the input shaper? Or is it the TMC Auto Tune? Already gone through that readme. We can tune command. Let's see here. Here are belt responses. The axis shaper calibration looks to be the one that I'm used to seeing when people run ShakeTune. So how is this actually run? Wait, I click on the axis shaper calibration. There we go. Usage for the graph. Ensure the belts are properly tensioned, that you have good clear belt graphs. The previous section. Well, I've already used the belt tensioner, so I do know that our belt tensions are good. So, what is the command to run? Is it literally just running access shaper calibration? Let's see here, because tab complete works. Should just be able to go axes, shaper calibration. And we tell it to do one at a time, that way I can get separate graphs, or okay, so it says axes. Default value is all, but you can set it for all X or Y. It would be great if they gave me a syntax. But worst case scenario, if it doesn't work, it'll just give me an error and say it doesn't work. So AXIS equals X. Yep. So if it errors out on me, it errors out. If it doesn't, we get an X calibration. Ah, gotta home everything first. Let's home all. Let's see. So I am so happy we sped up that homing. Otherwise, this would take forever. Let's take us back to the middle of the bed. And let's do a test for X. We're shaking.
So
That goes a lot faster than it ever picks up on stream, and you can hear it.
what does this do?
So James, and for those that don't know, what this is doing is it's vibrating that tool head back and forth really quickly to find out what frequencies pretty much our frame and everything resonate at, so that we can avoid using those frequencies when printing, because those can do things like cause artifacts and things of that nature in your print. So it's helping give us a better looking print. How you doing down under? We are doing a X input shaper, and this is, I've never, because of noise canceling, I've never heard this actually happen. And this just sounds like a car just with their foot down on the gas pedal.
So
Just
how
keeps
does
going
it
higher and
know?
higher.
How does it know?
Science.
No microphone. I don't know. Well, don't you know everything? I like science. I want to know.
Tom, that is a very adult but accurate way of putting it. So, yep, WRX, that's also another one. Yeah, testing how fast we can go as well. You'll see in a bit. We're going to get pictures.
What?
We've completely confused James.
Not the first time. Won't be the last.
Yeah, James sits here and he's very cool with doing the production side and everything. But, you know, he hasn't watched too many streams or anything about printers. I remember it was like just a month ago he found out about wood filament.
This is my desk and my happy. That is your desk. Your happy. They do not intermingle.
Okay. Okay, so apparently the graphs were made.
Wow.
That's
That's a
a
great
very interesting
picture.
graph, isn't it?
Guys, consider me not confused anymore at all.
Yep. I might have to export that out. Do that. I need to find where this is actually saved. Well, I guess before we do that, might as well go ahead and, if we're going to have to export graphs anyway, might as well go ahead and do the Y. So let's go ahead and do our Y calibration too. All right, so we're doing some shaking. Call it T-pain, torque, peak current, amplitude, interpolation, and noise. That's a pretty good acronym for it. I can hear my entire desk shaking from this thing.
I can hear my entire brain shaking. Not that there's much of a brain up there to shake, but I can still feel it.
Okay, so hopefully this image will show up, and otherwise I'm gonna have to find out where it's actually stored so I can copy it onto the Linux box so I can show everyone the graphs.
You don't need.
It just makes me think that I'm on a motorcycle right now, just this keeps going up. We're 98 hertz, 99. Yeah, about a hertz a second. It's actually quite interesting. Hey Papa, how you doing? Welcome in. We're just doing some input shaping right now. And we're gonna see. I think I might know why the image didn't show. And if it's what I think it is, I'm just gonna have to download a different browser. It might be Firefox, because Firefox sits here and doesn't like to display things at times. All right, so the wet wide is done.
At this point, I don't know which is louder, that rain or the printer. My
So
goodness.
Papa, no, you didn't miss pushing plastic. We are doing tuning today. Last stream was the pushing plastic. We did print our first successful benchy. Okay. Okay, so now we have apparently another one. So here's our Y. Do we get that image? Nope. So let's go into our store and download. Heck, let's just do Chrome. Oh, apparently I already have it.
Ew.
There's our store. All right. Can I get my IP address from here?
I mean, you SSH'd into it. You can get it from there.
Yeah, anything I can get it there, but it looks like I've got it there.
I
Okay.
hate Chrome so much.
Machine. Shape tune results. Paper, there we go. X-axis, there we go. Yep, it was Firefox. So we've got two little peaks, but I will from what I've seen from other people for a first printer build, that's actually looks pretty good. It will not let me zoom in here. Nope. Let me open it back up. Nope, I can't really zoom in here. Save image. Yes. There we go. Now we can zoom in so you guys can see. How's that? Can you guys see that pretty well? Let's see here. Let's see here. DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo. And yeah, you forgot how to see the image. So yeah, Papa, apparently it's a thing with
but specifically
Firefox
on Fedora, because it doesn't come with all of the codecs.
Yeah,
this guy just didn't install them.
Yep, I haven't needed to yet, so I like running a light Linux if I can. So if I haven't, apparently now I need to go through and install some of those. Okay, so apparently my best shaper is MZV at 55.2 hertz, and I think I might have might have done the wrong calibration, because someone correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure this is supposed to give you estimated max speeds as well. So this is just giving me my shaper, but not my... Oh, I'm an idiot.
But we knew that.
So we need MZV. Go away, Doc. And our max Excel is 8910. Okay, so I have that. Now I need to, I think, put that somewhere into my printer config. Let's see here. There's no shaper. So where does that go in the printer config? Firefox, please come up. Oh, other workspace. Okay. So that's the graph. Okay, so where's this saying to put this? Okay, input shape. At the end, you will see an estimate based on your data that we use to better tailor. So this configuration, WRX, that's what I'm working on doing, is getting this into the config now. So looks like I need to copy all of these. And then we'll go down below the shake and tune section. Input here, so shaper frequency for the X was nope, we're gonna close that and not save that. Shake tune results, input shaper X. Why did I do it that way? Because I'm an idiot. Okay, so we're gonna pull up the image again. Let's see here. You shouldn't need to. It should just be a save config thing. Okay. If it's a save config thing, then we can go back here. Go back to the dashboard. I don't see the save config button that you said, but we can just do a save config. It'll reboot on us. Let's go to machine. Find our printer config. See if it's saved this stuff in here. MVV. Okay. Let's see here. I'm just going through here. I did not down under. I don't think I saw a do you want to save. The best shaper was this. It says input graphs created successfully, cleaned up the output folder, but it did not give me a do you want to save. There's everything that it ran through, all of that. I'm wondering if I take and tune measuring using pulse test only. Calibration Y. So no, it did not give me the option to save. All right, so I'll have to go through and add it in. So here, now we're going to go to printer config. I know this is riveting content, guys, but please bear with me because this is going to make it so that we can actually print cool things. Okay, so there's our input shapers thing. So shaper frequency X. Go over to Chrome window. I have way too many windows open. There it is. So for X, it's saying best shaper is MVZ, frequency 55.2. So frequency is 55.2. And do we need to add the hertz on there?
One of those platypi is not wearing a fedora. I'm quitting. I'm never going to San Diego.
Paper type, it was saying recommended was MZV. And I don't see the damping rate. Oh, damping ratio is 0.061 for the X. Let's see here. No Havoc. We ain't dead yet.
I don't care if they're Smith. Their cuteness outweighs their Smith.
Let's see here. Okay, so that looks like our stepper X. So let's go and look at our stepper Y. Stepper Y, it was still MVZ at 38 hertz. So 38.0 HZ. MVZ for the type, and the damping ratio is 0.056. Okay. Howie, your spirit animal is a platypus? Okay. One of two mammals, I believe, that actually lays eggs. There is a second one. I'm wondering why James is laughing now. Okay. Let me zoom in on this. Someone please tell me if I did this correctly or if there's stuff I need to.
Oh yeah, it's all terrible. You need to start over from scratch.
Isn't James so nice to me?
Hey, you're the one making the most riveting content over there. I got to do something over here.
You could talk to the audience more.
Yeah, but I don't like them. They're smelly. Howie admitted to it.
I think Howie admitted that he's smelly. Oh, Mike is an opossum. Oh wait, Mike, are you an opossum or a possum? Because one of those is in the U.S. The other is Australian. All right, I haven't seen anything yet. Are we good on how this is typed out with the hertz and everything, or do I need to get rid of that hertz and just put the number there? Whew. Warming. Oh, see, James down under likes you. He came for your sarcasm.
And that's all I provide.
Okay, opossum. I believe opossum is Australian. Oh no, I believe that's US.
They said what they said and meant it. How dare you second guess?
WRX says no hertz. Can anyone else confirm that if we need the hertz or not here in the frequency? Get opossum. Oh god, that was bad. Down under. That was bad. Okay, so we do not need the hertz. Okay. Let's zoom out then. Save and restart. And see if we get an error. Oh, we have an error. Unsupported shaper type. Did I go dyslexic?
Maybe it's got to be lowercase.
No, it's MZV. Okay, yeah, that's MZV. Lowercase.
I love it when I'm right. Good news is I'm always right, so I love it all the time.
Dashboard. And okay. So we are up. So we've got our PID tuned. We've got our input shaper done. I think our next thing to do is to poop some plastic out of this thing and...
Can we please speed it up this time?
Well, we're just going to do some...
Speed it up. Speed it up.
Okay, so temperatures, we're going to go PLA.
ABS.
Yep, we're on ABS ASA.
You said PLA.
Okay. I said I did. It was on PLA. I selected ABS and said PLA. Okay, so
At least one of us knows what we're doing.
this filament does say 230 to 270. That seems like a pretty good range. Let's let it build. Unfortunately, I can't do that manifold edge fix model thing because this is Linux, and for some reason you can do that in Windows and not Linux. So the Excels, I don't think I did. And Miko, the hot end and nozzle I'm running the Revo Voron, E3D Revo Voron with a 0.4 nozzle. So Howie, I do have that config. I'm trying to get since this machine is mostly going to be an ABS machine, I don't think I really plan on printing much PLA on it. I actually want to try and get a lot of this set in the clipper config instead of through the slicer. So that way, you know, if I do sit here and, you know, change out the filament I have selected, it's clipper takes care of like retraction and all that for me. Howie, I can give me a second here. I believe, I can check it on the computer now. Here's Howie. So how you did, you sent the ABS. For Bamboo Lab. Miko, I've been told by a lot of people to switch out this hot end so far. This is, what came with the kit, so this is what I have.
Hey, Penguin, I think you need to switch out that hot end.
That's the guy who doesn't know anything about 3D printing in the background there.
No, I'm the one who knows what we're doing. Down Under said so.
Oh. Let's see. The one who knows isn't doing so. That's where we have the problem. Let's see here. Yeah. So we can import some stuff, but let's go through and let's run this temp tower real quick. Because Howie, I'm going to get that profile in here eventually, but I also do want to show, because there might be some people in here, and I know there's some people that are in here that haven't done this before. So I kind of want to show people how to do. Now, this is also going to test if my prime line macro works. So let's go and what is it estimated for time? Wow. Well, we're gonna have more. If we're printing this, that's definitely gonna make it so we're gonna have more streams doing the tuning, because this is saying that this little temp tower is gonna take 2 hours and 7 minutes.
So how about we don't?
Well, I do need to kind of find out what the temperature ranges are and everything. But let's see here.
Speed it up. Up.
Let's see here. So WRX, believe it or not, in the LDO kits, whenever you buy one, the hot end is actually not part of the kit. Companies like West 3D, Fabrico, KB3D put that in because they realize most people are going to need a hot end. But, I've watched plenty of streams and everything when these kits were being developed, and they decided not to put a hot end in because people are going to want to use their own, because you can use so many. So, but the LDO Voron sat here and definitely sat here and became kind of a standard, to the point where they even put it in the manual for the stealth burner. 240 to 260. No, I don't care about saving that. Okay, if we slice that from 240 to 260, that goes to an hour. That's a bit more reasonable.
That's what you say. You think.
Well, we can talk about ideas for new hot ends for me. So
But I don't like talking to you.
how about I talk to them?
Good. Stay away from me.
Let's tell this to upload and print. And let's go to our printer here.
Guys, can't you tell that I'm just done with this printer?
Okay, so everything's heating up here. And I do actually have it, for those that weren't in here in the beginning, I did pick up a poly dryer, so I have dried this filament. So if they're stringing at this point, I know it's not the filament. or it shouldn't be the filament at that point, I should say. But yeah, so, but as far as hot ends, you know, eventually I am going, the reason I also didn't change this out when I bought the kit was, you know, I went through the hot swapping of the hot tightening of the nozzles on the Ender 3, and while it's fairly simple, I like the concept of just being able to go in there and tighten it up while it's cold, not having to worry about burning my fingers or getting tools in there. But we'll see. I mean, eventually I probably will switch out the hot end because, you know, I know that I'm pretty sure this works with the Dragon burner, but I might find limitations. So something to sit here and upgrade. Plus, you know, there's also, like, for instance, since this was the only nozzle I really had on a printer, I don't know if you guys sat here and saw the announcement in Fabrico, but they just announced the new Alpha hot end, or the Alpha nozzle, which is, you know, another diamond tip nozzle, and I was not able to do a beta test on that because I didn't have a printer that could use that nozzle. So having a nozzle that I could use those kind of V6, standard V6 and things of that nature on would also be a nice thing to do.
No printer that can use it yet, anyway.
Good point, James. Yeah, I don't have one that can use it yet. So, Digital Dragon, I can say the packaging on those things looks amazing. I've seen tests when like Hector said that they had blowtorched these nozzles to try to test durability. They literally mean they took a blowtorch to the thing and got it red hot, and it still kept printing afterwards. So
I think it was hot enough for ABS, but just barely.
Down Under, I completely agree with you. That's why we're getting this thing tuned, but I'm not doing any modifications on it until I get a second printer printing. Because, you know, I'll sit here and print the skirts and all that, but once I get this thing working, it will not be modified until I get a second printer, because if this goes down, I'm down if I don't have a second printer.
So, what's that next printer going to be? Seems like you had a plan already figured out.
Oh, I definitely have a plan already figured out. But we've already announced the next project.
But that's not what I asked.
I've got plenty of printers that we're going to be building. Digital, no, it's 32. It's 32 plus 1. That's the correct amount of printers. Yeah, it's always plus 1. N plus 1. Funny thing is if you sell off a printer, it's still N plus 1. Nope. John Doe, it's 4,037 printers plus 1. Oh yeah, Digital, you could definitely keep building that Delta Flyer. I haven't been able to catch any of your streams yet. But yeah, I've been watching some of the on-demands afterwards, and it's looking nice. If you get plus 1, then that's an odd number, so you need to get another. Mad Dog, I think you're just an odd number. Okay. You're gonna be doing some. Yeah, Down Under. I've been watching yours as well, sneaking in there. You're gonna get to the electronics this weekend, or this week. That's gonna be fun to watch. And John, I don't know when you snuck in here, but hey, like I saw you you typed earlier, I responded to you, but I don't know if you just showed up or if you've been here for a while. But if I missed you coming in, sorry. How you doing? What I'm going to do is, I will say, it's starting to get warm in this room, and there's not much airspace in this room. We're maybe, what, 3 meters by 3 meters in here? Or 9 feet by 9 feet, James? It's a pretty small room, so I'm going to try turning on the air conditioning here just to see how it sounds. Tell me if you guys can hear it. All right, AC is on. Can you guys hear that? Eventually, James. Is that the one you want?
It's a purple micron.
James really wants a purple printer. That's something we can talk about. What printer should we build for James?
A purple micron, of course.
Oh, there's more printers out there than a micron. Let's see here. Digital Dragon, you'll be streaming tomorrow as you're off from the day job and need to be at the store for deliveries. Hey, you know, I will try to tune in, Digital Dragon. Oh, there. Nico's saying a purple K3.
And it was actually Micron Plus that I was looking at.
Let's see here. Mad Dog, you spent all day yesterday fighting with filament and gave up before it cost you a printer repair. Uh-oh, what was happening that was making you fight with the filament, Mad Dog? Let's see. James, have you seen what a K3 looks like? Actually, yeah, you saw one.
You know I haven't.
You saw one at Fabrico.
Doesn't mean I know which one that is.
Oh, let's pull it up here. Fabrico, Annex K3. Oh, they're sold out right now.
I actually have no recollection of seeing this.
This was actually on the desk as I was interviewing Hector.
That one. Sure.
Oh, Digital Dragon, I don't know if you're in my Discord, but if you've got, or if you're in somebody's Discord and send an image or DM me an image, I've got to show James that printer. You're gonna make him jealous. Let's see, your bad dog. It didn't want to stay on the bed and would blob up every now and then. Mad Dog, I know that frustration. I have about 5 benchy bottoms before we got this one, and those just did not want to stay. You know, I do love this the Annex K3, the way that they do the gantry on it, where it's just the rails and they cross over each other. That looks so fun to build.
I have 0 clues as to what this is, except that it's a triangle printer. What is a Voron Velta?
It's a Delta printer.
No, it's a Velta printer.
Would you like to see it? Would you like to see a Voron Velta, James?
I'm looking at one. Triangle.
Let's see here. Digital Dragon, you have an Annex Engineering K3 built from a Fabrico kit. 9-inch by 3-inch vertical display on the side. Let's see here. Oh, so where the panel is, you put a display on the side digital? That'd be a nice, interesting mod. I could there we go. Yeah, just that motion system looks awesome. It is mesmerizing to watch. Oh, we're doing our homing. So, John, he's actually seen a Rat Rig Core V4. And I don't know if we even have room for one of those in this studio to build it, let alone to keep it afterwards. Once we get to the new studio, we will have room for it, but let's see here.
Oh, see, that's the fun part. Is you think I'm going to build this? That's not happening.
Bisec just either released or announced a kit for the Delta. So, John, from what I've been seeing, the Delta Flyer looks pretty beginner friendly. Hope it didn't like that corner. All right, so we're doing some adjustments on here. So, yeah. But John, I'd love to build a Rat Rig V-Core 4 in the 500 because that single solid bed sounds amazing instead of the quad beds. Uh-oh. Miko has told me to check my DMs. Let's see here. Okay, oh. James, can you see my screen? Actually, Miko, do you mind if I show this on stream? All right, this is a little video that Miko just sent, if it's gonna play, but what do you think of that purple, James?
That purple filament's nice. I like that.
I think Discord's being Discord and it's not showing any movement, but that printer looks nice, Miko. Okay. We at least got something out. I'm definitely going to need to tune the retraction on this because I don't know if you guys can see it, but it did 2 50mm lines for purge, and I've got about a 10mm thing of poop up there. So there's definitely something going on with the retraction after a home or something like that. Let's see if it download. I don't know if I have. Yeah, I don't have the codecs installed on this yet because wasn't planning on playing video and everything on this. So Miko, I will sit here and get those codecs downloaded so we can look at it next stream.
Download VLC.
And crap. Well, I don't know if last stream was just a fluke or what. I'm going to reach in from the top here. But that did not stick down at all. Let's cancel that print. Yeah, we might need to need to do a layer height calibration and all that beforehand. So digital, we actually did this is a new build plate. I did the wash with Dawn and warm water last week before the stream. So we have done the washing on that. But let's see here. Hey, James, did we get the overhead? Let's see if this will show up. I cannot tell if that is focusing. But that is what the bottom of the print looks like. So I am seeing some gaps in between the layer lines on the bottom layer. So either, yeah, I believe you're right, Miko. I don't think I have enough squish. Which the funny thing is I set the, I set my Z offset at actually a 0.18. I am not sure how to change that. Go to my my printer config. That's my probe offset. I don't know where it saves the offset to. Don't punch it down on the maker. That'll hurt you more than it'll hurt the Vivid. All right, let's grab our 0.18 again. Or I think it was a 0.018. Yeah, was it 0.018? Ah, there we go. I need 0.18. Where are you? Let's see here.
Where are you?
Let's see here. When the print is due, when the print is doing the purge, click the Z offset reduce. And once the print finishes, run. Okay. That might be an easier way to do than what I was doing. So you're saying, come here. Let me see if I can find that Z offset. Ah, right here, Z offset. So let's restart the print. It's going to heat back up. WRX, we might do that if this doesn't work, but I'm going to try doing it the minus 0.5 as it's printing out these first ones. Thankfully, the bed does not have that much to heat up because it did not cool down that much, so it shouldn't take that long to get started this time. But what we will do is, just in case this doesn't work, go back here to prepare. Add a primitive cube and I sit here and squish this. Let's cut it. At 0.2. No.
Of course you can't squish it, then it wouldn't be a cube
I'm not
anymore.
sure how to do the full bed thing. Okay, scaling. Okay. One zero zero by 100 by 0.0 or 0.2. I don't want uniform scale. 100 by 100 by 0.2. So worst case scenario, if we can't do the get it done with this Z step, we'll do it with the other one. Let's see how this goes. We're doing our little taps here. Get this gantry leveled, and then it's going to try doing the print again. All right, so like that.
Maximum focus.
Looking a lot better this time. Yeah, Miko, I did the minus 0.5 already. The squish is looking better. So we're sitting here. This time we actually have a full first, like, this thing was printing skirts and everything around it, according to the model. Instead of just this tiny little thing, it's about 66% bigger, or 200% bigger actually, because it's this width plus 2 more widths on the outside. Okay. So we'll let this thing print and see what the temp tower looks like on this.
So right now he can't really hear me because the AC is going. So if you guys want to have a private conversation, now's the time. Just saying.
I didn't hear a single thing he said because of the AC. Hey, Killa, how you doing? I actually can't hear you. Yeah, I can't hear a single thing he's saying right now. Yeah, Killa, we're working on doing our tuning right now. We got the PID tune in. We've got our input shaper done. Now we're doing our temp tower. And we just did a little bit of offset for that first layer squish. And once this prints, we're going to take a look at the bottom and see how that squish looked. but this apparently has an hour to go, so.
But I don't want to sit here for an hour.
Let's see here. All right, digital, drive safe, or if you don't want to drive safe, arrive alive. How about that? Because sometimes driving safe isn't fun, but as long as you arrive alive.
I mean, I'd have to have a printer to do that, but absolutely.
Here.
All right, you say that, but I have no idea what the pit is. I've never heard of it until tonight.
Down under, the pit is amazing. I'm loving that show.
See, even he knows what it is. I have no idea. I've never heard of it.
You've never. Be right back. I'm gonna turn off the AC. It's cooled down a bit in here.
And Penguin is the one who doesn't know any shows. Hey, you turn that off. You're not supposed to hear me right now. We're having a private conversation with chat.
Yeah. The last episode of the pit was a roller coaster.
What is that, like some old people show?
No, it's
like Yellowstone?
It's for intelligent people. That's why you don't watch it.
It sounds like an old people show, like Yellowstone. I mean, Plurbus was amazing. Guarantee you he doesn't know what that one is.
Nope, haven't seen that one.
Have you even heard of it?
I've heard of it.
Sure you have.
Yeah, no, I've just been waiting for that. Right now, I've got 2 animes I'm watching and the pit. One anime is MF Ghost. If anybody here is a fan of Initial D, MF Ghost is a sequel to it, and it has been amazing. The other one I'm watching is called Dead Account, and it's a standard exorcism anime, but it's more modernized with technology and stuff like that being in the mix instead of ancient practices. Mike, we're getting a pick and stickers?
No, you most certainly are not getting stickers, young man. Those are for me.
James is claiming the stickers.
Mike said they're for me.
So yeah, Miko, if you like the original Initial D, watch MF Ghost. It actually is a in-universe later down the timeline of that show, and it has been amazing. Mike, did you make a friend? James, did you make a friend?
I don't have friends, you know that.
But you're saying you're being Mike's friend. That's definitely sticking a lot better now.
Get it? Stickers. Sticking.
The level of humor.
This is what they're here for. Come on now.
Zigzag, this is a 350 by 350 Voron. And welcome in. I haven't seen you before, so welcome to the party. You know, If anybody's here watching that hasn't done it, you know, please hit like and subscribe. It really does help that channel. We're working our way to 1,000. You know, we've gone through and you have enemies, you call them co-workers. Zigzag, I have actually never measured the length of my beard.
You know what? That sounds like a skill issue to me.
Let's see here. Well, I happen to have a ruler here. Do you want it metric or imperial?
¿Por qué no las dos?
So we go from the chin to the bottom. We're about 10 inches or 25 centimeters. So from the bottom of my chin to the bottom of the beard, about 25 centimeters.
Yeah, how many metric bananas is that?
It's the sides down under. Makes it look even longer. I mean, the back of my hair goes just as long as my beard. Hey, Cloud Hammer. So Zigzag, this is a LDO kit. So we've done an LDO. We have the functional printed parts for it, which if you don't have a printer already, I will say spend the extra money and get the full complete parts printed, not just the functional, because things like panel clips and the little back piece that goes back here that holds the PTFE tube aren't included in functional parts. Don't know, I can still measure underneath. It's not going to change. Nope. Yeah, we answered that, James. So no, we are not using CAN bus. This is using the Nighthawk USB converter. Yep, still at that 10 inches, 25 centimeters, even from the back. But no, this is using USB. We have the Leviathan board in here, and it's actually just there's one cable that goes from the tool head back down through into the board. The rest of the cables are actually the XYN stuff. Yeah, it goes from tool head to a converter board that sends power and signal to the tool head board. But yep, it's still going through the cable chain. Eventually I can sit here and adapt it out to an umbilical. I just need to print the little piece in the back there, so that way I can actually run it as an umbilical. But with the functional parts that were printed for this, that little umbilical piece doesn't come, so I have to get that reprinted or get that printed out. So yeah, let me see if I can pull it up here.
Well, you see, that's the thing. It's not finished, and that's why I'm annoyed. Because I'm sick and tired of it. I want something new.
Let's see here if they show it in the guides.
My ADHD is no longer happy.
Leviathan. Don't have it there. I'm trying to find out for you, Zigzag, if I can show it to you. Zigzag, no, that's not an AI voice. That is the...
I guess I need to speak less fluently. People stop thinking I'm an AI.
Or more often.
I disagree with that one.
That is the disembodied voice of James in the background. He does not want to be on camera, but he's the one that sits here and he's pretty much the producer. He changes off our scenes and everything. He makes sure that I pay attention to you guys, and
which is 90% of my job, by the way,
and keeps my ADHD in check. Because while one part of ADHD is, hey, you can't pay attention to anything, the other part is hyperfocus, where you will sit here and focus on one thing, and someone could almost come up to you and punch you, and you still would not recognize it. Down Under, I don't know if I would do CAN bus, but I would do a Gen 2 EBB USB board. Well, let me see. Oh, that'll do. We can do on KB3D. So this is the tool head board that's in there. So this board is actually on the side, and it has a single cable that plugs in to the connector here and comes down to this little board beneath in the basement. So that's the one cable that I have from the tool head over. It pretty much is hard case board. It's actually designed by, I believe it's based on his 2-piece board, but it was specifically designed. But yeah, it is actually based on hard case 2-piece board.
I know all of these words individually.
We're definitely going to do the beefy fronts at some point. Gonna get cartographer on here instead of clicky. I want to upgrade to those panel clips that have like the little twist on. And so that way, if I ever need to take these panels off, it's just literally twist a clip, comes off, instead of having to deal with these hammerhead T-nuts. Yep, Zigzag, the standard Voron kit comes with hammerhead T-nuts and M3s to get these in. Well, Down Under Maker, maybe the next build we'll do a CAN bus and see, and I'll compare the two. Let's see here. Yeah, I've seen. I was actually Zigzag. If you were in Canucks Creators stream the other day and you saw someone ask about his panel clips, that was me asking about them, because those are pretty nice too. And unfortunately, all he said was, look up these do a Google search for these. So I'll have to search for something like that. But we'll see how which one I eventually come through on. But yeah, but for those of you that have seen the short, I'm going to say, just from some of you may have seen, because I didn't cover up the name of it right away, but others, just by seeing a group of parts, being able to guess the next projects, that was amazing. Zigzag, no, I am definitely a hobbyist. This is actually my first printer build. I've built and messed with an Ender 3. I've done resin printing for a bit, but this is my first DIY printer, and I was just kind of, hey, you know, have I been perfect at it? God, no. Oh no, the rest of the people in chat can tell you I've made mistakes on the way, but I kind of wanted to take
A lot of mistakes.
take this channel and show that, hey, just because you haven't done this before doesn't mean you should be scared of doing it. It's, while the manuals are kind of all over the place, if you sit down and look, you can figure it out, and if not, there is a very good community out there to help. Yeah, no, I don't know if I'd want to go the professional print farm route at this point. I definitely know I don't have the experience to be a professional print farm, or enough printers for that matter. But I can definitely say if I was going to do this professionally, a Voron would probably not be the printer I would buy. I would want to get some sort of workhorse printer, the one that, as bad as a reputation as they get, Bamboos, they have their problems, but for a lot of those prints, it's just set it up, go, done. They just work. They are the iPhones of the 3D printing world. Now, I definitely know that I've just triggered Tom or Cybertech by saying that, but so Zigzag, I think it's an interesting printer. I have not had hands-on with it yet, so I don't really have much of an opinion, but a printer of that price that can do tool changing and everything, it's definitely something to keep an eye on. Yeah. I know when I was down at Fabrico and did a tour, their entire print farm was cheaties. So,
Speaking of Fabrico, on our channel we have a published video that we published last Monday about a Fabrico tour and question and answer with Hector from Fabrico.
Yeah, but no, Cheaty, they're making a pretty solid printer. Prusa makes a pretty solid printer. There are definitely some more turnkey solutions out there than a Voron. Well, adjusting that Z definitely seems like it helped, so we will definitely save config after this. See how that goes. Took another 45 minutes for this. So Zigzag, right now what we're printing is a temperature tower, kind of gauge an ideal temperature for this hot end for at least the filament that we're using. Theoretically, every different filament you use, you should be kind of finding its sweet spot. But, this is kind of getting us into it doesn't have to be perfect, but this is kind of a good enough sweet spot that it can hit most ABS. But in theory, if you sit here and print in a Sunlu ABS, that might print at one temperature, but to get the best results out of a Prusament ABS, you might be printing at a different temperature. And then if you go to a New Maker's ABS, that might be a different temperature altogether, but they will be fairly close to each other typically. Unless they added some sort of filler in there and they call it and it's not pure ABS. Down under, I do think the Core 1 with Index is going to be the next killer machine. Index has got too much potential behind it not to sit here and make some major changes to the industry. I mean, the inductive heating plus the plus the quick swap nozzle, you're not going to have to worry about things like on the stealth burner where, yes, it stays heated, but then it's gooping out because once you're done with the nozzle, it's off. It's not going to keep melting your filament. Let's see here. Yeah, well, there's another good one. You know, even though there's some controversy with how they've handled their clipper, the Yellow Goose and the multi-material system from them, the Yellow Goose Centauri Carbon is, so far from everyone I've seen, has been pretty good. And for the price, it's really hard to beat. Oh, Down Under Maker, I'm gonna have to go watch that video. I'm definitely gonna have to watch that video with what I have in store. So Zik, the hot end is a Revo Voron hot end, E3D hot end. The extruder is Clockwork 2, which is the standard stealth burner extruder now. The reason I went with the 2.4 over a Trident is they're both very good printers, and the main thing it came down to is I just like the way flying gantries look compared to the lead screws and a lifting bed. But also I do plan on printing some bigger things like helmets and armor and stuff like that that will get better, that will get higher. And so having that stable low center of gravity with the bed mass down at the bottom, you know, while it may be, when you compare the two, it may be a very small difference, you know, it was something that went into my decision. So yeah, Cybertech is saying his Centauri Carbon's printing better than the bamboos he saw at Micrositter. Tom, you didn't tell me you went to Micrositter. Let's see here. Going through, you're still going to say your Flashforge 85M is a workhorse. Flashforge has made a nice printer as well, especially with that 85M. Having that multicolor on there was nice. Let's see here. Down Under, says I need to order myself a 06 OBX high flow nozzle and high flow heater. That means your motion system and flow speeds will be close enough matched. And Digital Dragon's back. Welcome back. Glad you made it home safe, Digital Dragon. But yeah, Zigzag, it really came down to, you know, the slight bit of physics where the lower center of mass with taller prints can make a slight difference, as well as I just like the way flying gantries look when they're printing. See, the funny thing is, Down Under Maker, I was actually thinking about getting the I was thinking about doing that, is getting that new Obsidian X nozzle for the printer, and then getting that, not the 60 watt heater, but the other heater that it works with, that works on these. Because I was doing research on that, and I'm like, okay, you know, you have the 40 watt heater and the 60 watt heater. Well, hey, the 60 watt heater should be able to get hotter. Turns out that's not the case. Apparently, I guess they put the same thermistor or something in the 60 watt heater that they used in the 40 watt heater, so the temperatures stay max out the same. It's just the 60 watt can heat up faster on the E3D Vorons. How you doing, Shrimp Father? I mean, zigzag, maintaining a rail, not that difficult. Every so often you have to grease it. If you get rails that have fill ports on the side, it makes it even easier. Zigzag, yes, I am using the 0.4 nozzle. I would say I'm probably one of the weird. I have a weird take on 3D printing because I know myself. If I sit here and print slower, but I get a print that's going to come out and require less post processing, I will sit here and print slower to reduce the amount of post processing I do. Let's see here. Not about the top head, it's about keeping up with the flow of the novels. Okay. Down Under says. Oh, that's about the 4060, and then whatever that block heater is for the E3D. Let's see here. Mike, you got both your 2.4s because you paid a stupid low price for each of them. That's a very good reason to get a 2.4. Let's see here. But yeah, there's maintenance involved in everything. So you're going to be lubing up rails, or you're going to be greasing bearings, or you're going to be greasing lead screws, no matter what. Yeah, so from my research, your hot end's going to heat up faster, but you're not going to get any hotter temperatures with that 60 watt on the Revo versus the 40 watt. Let's see here. Having issues with any brand of printer is typically more on the operator than the manufacturer. It's like choosing Milwaukee, DeWalt, Craftsman, or Bauer these days. True. Though I will say DeWalt, my personal opinion, DeWalt's quality has gone downhill compared to the old DeWalt. I've been doing Milwaukee for a bit now, and they've been rock solid for me at work. Yeah, Mike, I know myself. If I sit here and have to do a bunch of post processing with ADHD and everything, it's going to be finding the motivation to even get up and start it. So the least amount of post processing I can do, I will sit here and, if it takes a few extra hours to print on this, cool. I'm not having to be there for those few extra hours. I just keep a camera or something on it, keep an eye on it, make sure it's going. Yes, James, it's raining. But yep. But so I'd rather take longer and print slower and get a better end product. Let's see here. See here. Zigzag, no, I'm not using tap. This is using clicky because that's what comes with the LDO kits. They give you either the Omron probe or the clicky probe to use. So Down Under, it's not about hotter, it's about keeping up. So with the flow. Let's see. But yeah, I think I get where you're going there. More heat doesn't always necessarily mean better, but being able to melt it faster so that way you can push plastic faster definitely can make a difference for printing speed. Correct me if I'm wrong there, Down Under Maker, if that's what you're trying to get at. Let's see here. Howie, you pick a pinch of flow. No, humidity is not falling from the sky. Precipitation is.
I mean, it is currently at 100% humidity outside.
Actually, I think it's at 93 because humidity is just the level of moisture that can be absorbed in the air. Contrary to popular belief, scientifically, humidity and rain are separate.
That's what they want you to think.
Let's see, down there, you won't get a drop-in product. It's still capped out, but it will match the motion system's capabilities from without major mods. Okay. Let's see here. So eventually I might do a clicky clack door. Especially if I go stealth changer on this. If I go stealth changer, I'm not going to deal with those kind of doors. Okay. Digital Dragon, you know, North Carolina, it rains, but for some reason they call Florida the Sunshine State, and I swear it rains here more than it's sunny. I can say so far with this, it's sealing pretty well, Mike. I will definitely say this though, compared to that benchy, you know, this print is not shaking the bench as much as the benchy did. Liquid sunshine. That is a good way to put Florida, yeah. So no, Zigzag, what we use to tension the belt. Give me a second here. We use the PF Makes tensioner. I can tell you this thing works a charm. They give you a whole list on what your belt tension should be, and you just kind of clip it around the belt, give it a few taps to even out, and it actually makes tensioning these belts quite easy. Add to that if you already have a printer, makes a nice little project to work on, but you can also buy them pre-assembled. This one I got from West 3D. They put it together for me, calibrated and everything. Yeah, it's the one with the piano string. Down under, you need to print a purge bucket. I forget which printer it was I saw recently. I know someone's gonna tell me in the comments, but they sat here and instead of a poop chute, they actually made a poop conveyor belt that came with the printer. And I was just like, that is amazing. I would, get multicolored. The K2 Kevin. So yeah, having a poop conveyor belt to bring it out, that would be very convenient. So down under, I think it's a different thing than I'm thinking about. This was for a single printer, and it actually comes with the printer and goes, and it is their poop chute. Havoc, it might be the frozen one. Yeah, the frozen poop belt. Now let's see here. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, the frozen Arco. That is it. That just looked fun. I've seen a few in the wild. All right, we're getting up there. One of these times I need to hold up that little paper so that way I can get this thing serialized. Mike, it's the downside about talking like that. But Mike, that box turtle is looking amazing. But yeah, I mean, it deserves a good wiring job. As much time as you spent on the outward appearance of that thing, make it beautiful on the inside as well. But yeah, Zigzag, if you really want, like, I have literally gone through the entire process of building this through my streams. I know it's quite a few hours of video to watch, but there has been one thing that I've done off stream, and that was some printer config modifications that I worked with Cybertech to get done before this stream. But everything else has literally been done on camera for this printer. Tidy wire is happy wire. A clean basement makes maintenance better. We got about half an hour, or according to Mainsail, we're 56% done, and we've got about a half hour left on this print. We'll see what happens. After that, we get to do some more stuff.
It's gonna be perfect. Nothing else to do.
Let's see here. Zigzag. We've already got, since you got it the two before, the issues monthly maintenance, like rebelting, regreasing the rails, the bearings, or replacing them. Multi-moding. There's also, yeah, the printer maintenance is something that they're just like, oh yes, this is something you have to do. And so that is one of the things I'm trying to get out there. When it eventually comes time to do maintenance on this, you know, I'll show it on stream. I know Steve Builds did a whole, like, almost, I think, a month of streams where he was going through doing all of his updates, taking things apart so we could sit here and do some maintenance on them. But yeah, there are not many videos out there. Zigzag, watching back at 2x speed. Throw them on in the background. When you hear something interesting, tune in. Digital Dragon, that is completely true. When you tear it apart for maintenance, that's when you do your upgrades as well, because you've already got it apart. Yeah, that Zigzag, eventually that is one of the things I'm going to hopefully do, is put out videos like maintenance and stuff like that. But time will tell, because this is going to have quite a few like thousands of hours before it's time for maintenance. So we'll probably have quite a few projects in between then. Kenneth Davis, welcome in. How you doing? If anybody else has come on in recently, you know, hit that, and you haven't already, hit that like and subscribe. It really does help the channel. We're working on getting our way to, you know, the 1,000 subs. You know, James is putting his little icons that he found up on screen for y'all?
I think he should still push the speed up to 130%.
Let's see here. Down Undermaker, you think I should go 130% for calibration as well?
No, we were joking.
Parky Cat, the other speaker is James. He's the producer. He's the one behind the camera. He's the one that's sitting here. And when we need it, he changes the views and yells at me to sit here and keep talking to you guys when I sit here and go squirrel.
Although I have been messing with the settings on my mic for the past, I don't know, 30 minutes or so. So let me know if it sounds different. I'm always going to tweak it, so who knows.
Down Undermaker, I just realized I read that wrong. In my head, like in my eyes, I saw you weren't. In my head, I said if you were.
See, that's the thing. You'll never know.
I mean, if James is willing, we can sit here and get him to wave in front of the camera. That's behind the camera, James. That's not a very nice gesture, James. James is being mean, and
if they were paying attention, they can see it in the reflection.
Oh yay, somebody's bowling upstairs now. Yes, Down Under, James is the heckling voice in my head. I can't get away from him, even at work. Nowadays, Zigzag, I could imagine an AI giving you the middle finger. The human recreation has gotten pretty good on that. Thankfully, James only insulted, part of our audience because he didn't do the UK Australian version. Yeah, that was a totally different wave, Papa. Not the kind of wave I was expecting from him.
Really? That's not what you were expecting? Come on now. Do you even know who I am?
Yes. You're the faceless voice behind the camera.
It's like you've never even met me before.
Nope, never met you. Nope, don't spend every week with you. That
I'm
never
sorry.
happens.
For myself.
Mike, have a good night. Thanks for stopping in. Have fun at work tomorrow, if you can. I know work is terrible, but all right. We're still going. Oh. James started tapping on the computer, and I thought, holy heck, that's some heavy rain. Oh, you're just in it for the fumes? Got to get those solder fumes, Mike? I mean, isn't that why we do the resin printing? Just in it for the fumes? But in all seriousness, if you guys ever do, if any of you here do resin printing or want to get into it, make sure you get yourself a good respirator. You do not want to be breathing those fumes in. Because if you can smell it, that means there's particles in the air of it. Think about that next time you fart. Yes. The things you don't mess with. You don't mess with PBE, and you don't mess with high voltage electricity if you don't know what you're doing. So, Zigzag, the resin printing, the post-processing is very annoying and time-consuming. If you get a washing cure station, it relieves some of that, but there's still, you know, dunking, but most of the curing and everything is just sitting it in the cure station, letting it go, or sitting in a box with UV light, so that's not that bad. But I can, like, the amount of nitrile gloves you go through for printing resin is insane, because it's, especially if you want to keep your equipment looking nice, it's okay, hey, I need to sit here and take off the, you know, the build plate. Okay, so put on some nitrile gloves, because I could get in contact with this, pull it off, scrape it off, get it in the little, you know, do your little initial wash, then you put it in the basket, but then you take your gloves off, because now you're going to pick up the basket and you don't want to get resin on the handles of that. Then you put it in the basket to do its little cleaning. Once the cleaning's done, you take it back out of the basket. Once it's out of the basket, you put on a new set of nitrile gloves, because you threw away the old ones because you can't reuse them. To pick those out and put them onto the onto the cure station, or transfer them to the cure station. To take those gloves off so you can get the cover onto that, to let it go for a bit, to then tip them so that way you can cure the rest of it, because one side is on that plate. So that, but to tip them, you still need to put those gloves on, because if you tip it and you touch the wrong spot, you're touching uncured resin. Yeah. Now, Howie, don't do that. Having on multiple gloves, it can actually sit here and cause the others to break. Yeah, John Doe, that's a good way to do it. You know, especially like here in Florida, resin loves the heat. So humidity, not so much, but the heat, it doesn't care about. But even if you're doing it in the garage, still use a respirator. If you can, vent it. Because those fumes are nothing to joke with. If you've never seen what resin looks like once it gets on the skin and you have a reaction to it, imagine that in your lungs. If you I will say, if you want to look it up, be my guest, but you have been warned. They do, some of those resin burns look nasty. But yeah, but going back to my little rambling thing, Zigzag, you know, if you want a highly detailed print, right now resin is the way to go. So if you're like, James and I have a friend that's printing out miniatures using he picked up a bamboo printer and he's using a 0.2 nozzle to do it. And he's compared it to my resin. He's like, it's not as good as your resin, but it's good enough for him. So you can do some very fine detail, but with an FDM printer. But when you get down to those 0.2s, they are also more likely to clog. You're definitely want as pure filament as you can, because you don't want any fibers or anything in them, because you'll definitely clog a nozzle that way. Yeah, John Doe, I sat here and bought like I think years ago, like a 2,000 pack of nitrile gloves on Amazon for like, I think like $20 or $30. And even without the resin printing, probably one of the best purchases I've ever made, because you sit here and get that job where it's just like, oh, I really don't want to touch that. It's, oh, cool, I have plenty of nitrile gloves just sitting around. Just throw those on. I mean, even here, we have Home Depot nitrile gloves. These ones are actually kind of cool because they match this printer. The inside is orange and the outside is black. So if you ever break one of those open, you know immediately that you've broken it open because you can see that orange. Okay, so we're about 15 minutes left, it says on this print. If the stream goes down, it's not because we ended it, it's because we lost power. Because it is raining hard out there and it is thundering like crazy.
Actually, it's not really raining anymore. It's just the thunder.
No, I can hear the rain.
I was just looking out the door. It's not really raining.
Your metal roof just really amplifies it then. Hey, the tower is going. With this printing, I don't think we're going to need a little plate one here, but it's good to know how to do that. So thank you guys for teaching me how to do that.
Are we done yet?
We're going to go YOLO. Of course, the flow calibration is going to go a lot faster than the temp tower. I hope it's not dropping in the ceiling. There's not much between the roof and the ceiling in this place. If we are getting drops, that is going to be a nightmare to go fix. Leaks in a roof are not fun to find, because while it could be leaking here, the leak could be on the other side of the building. That was not a fun thing to do, to find a leak. Flex seal will seal it, Clown Hammer, but first it's finding the place to put the Flex seal on.
I say we just cancel the print here and call it good.
Yeah, we're almost. Okay, I'm going to turn the AC back on so I won't be able to hear James again because it is getting warm in here again. Yeah, you would think living in Florida, I'd be fine with the heat. No, James and I just both like it cold or cool. Because I know Havoc will sit here and be like, that's not cold. That's summer. That's a summer temperature for us. But you know, keep it in the 60s. Perfect. Yep. Yep. Down Undermaker calling me out. Oh, Bad Dog, Flex Seal everywhere. Yeah, just make your roof out of Flex Seal.
Wouldn't be the first time, won't be the last.
Seeing the half butt shingles thing most of you guys calls a roof makes it. It depends on the shingles you get. The 3 tabs, those are pretty terrible. The architectural, those last quite a bit, and the metal roofs, good lord, those things last forever almost. So a lot of people are going into the slate tile roofs now, which look fancy, but good lord, are they easy to break.
And I think they look awful myself.
Yeah, Clownhammer, we're in Florida. We don't... Hail and snow are like Bigfoot. You know, you never see them here.
I do miss snow.
So actually, no, I can't say that because we do have our own Bigfoot. We have the swamp ape. I think everybody has some sort of Bigfoot legend. Racquetball size hail. That's pretty big hail. Bigger than a golf ball, smaller than a tennis ball. Jackalope, yep. That's another good one. How we doing? Getting there.
Of course, my personal favorite has to be Mothman.
Which one's your personal favorite? And there's also the Knuckle of V, Krampus. So many weird creatures out there. Let's see here. You take out your smoker, the roof, bunch of seals in the windows, but hey, not breaking a window, that's a good thing. Yeah, Mothman down here. Aqua, thanks. It was our first video. We learned some stuff from it, but we're glad people are enjoying it. It actually, the amount of time James put into editing that video, he won't stop. He won't let it go. He keeps telling me, but he is very proud of it.
Okay, I haven't actually said it more than a single time. He's very much exaggerating, and I'm very glad he can't hear what I'm saying right now, because he would try to deny it, but it is true.
Wick Central, how you doing? The Clownhammer racquetball size hail, and your solar panel survived, and the Weber survived. Domes are awesome like that. I was gonna say, you do have one of those old domed Webers, right? Not one of the grill Webers. I'm getting closer here. Saying 7 minutes. Oh, so the so the Weber took out the smoker. How's that for corporate sabotage? You don't need the smoker. I can do that. I don't know if he's still here, but it also, for anyone new here, you know, we do have another new streamer that comes in here quite often. RJ Repo Man, he'll be streaming tomorrow, building one of these. So he's going along it as well. So he's also a fun one to watch. Down Under Maker is building a Delta Flyer, and that's really interesting to watch. Digital Dragon's building a Delta Flyer, and he streams over on Twitch. Down Under and RJ are both on YouTube. So if you guys haven't gone and seen their channels either, you know, hit them up and subscribe there as well. The glass was pointed the opposite way to the storm. Do you only have glass on 3 sides of your... so digital is... So, wait. Finish the other thought. Fine Hammer, do you only have glass on 3 sides of your house? And Digital Dragon is streaming on Twitch and YouTube now. So, you can catch him either place. All right. According to main sale, we're down to the last 5 minutes. The glass on the smoker. Okay. It was facing the Weber. Okay. Yeah, I think the Weber just had it out for the smoker. It went Highlander on it. There can be only one. Still doing good over there, James?
Ever.
It did you a favor. You didn't like the smoker? Oh. Yay. Hey, that's always a good thing. This one broke. Insurance paid for a new one. Yay. Actually, while we're waiting, James, can you hand me the new maker box?
Nah, I'm good. Thanks, though.
Okay. I was going to show you guys the filament colors that I picked for the next project, but James says no. Marker. Yeah, it's got the P.O. box. We don't care if the P.O. box gets out. The P.O. box is in the description. My name, on the other hand, on there, that we care about a bit. So, yep, I did pick up some new filament. This one is from New Makers. So these are the planned colors for the next project. Okay. New maker seals in foil. So we'll have to see if you guys can see the little dot. So of course the main color is going to be black, but, and I've got 2 kilograms of that. Our accent color is going to be yellow for the next project. So Akbal, the next project has not, the name of it has not been officially released, but I will say there is a short out there showing the parts for it. And while I have not said anything, take a look in the comments. And take a look and go ahead and watch the short while you're there. We went over the parts for it. Let's see here. Yeah, down under, that's one of the reasons why we sat here and got the PO box. That way we wouldn't have to worry about addresses being leaked. Down under, I'm not sure if the next project is going to require more than 1 kilogram of the main color, but I picked it up just in case, because I'd rather have too much and then I have extra later than not enough and not be able and have to wait for more filament.
Classic hoarder mentality.
Uh-oh. I've given Down Under Maker ideas. A wigwam for the goose's bridle. I've heard of a wigwam. I've never heard of the term goose's bridle. You got me on one, Mad Dog. Down under, eventually I'll be doing that. Eventually I'll be buying 10 kilograms at a time. But right now, I've got to say, I'm in the saving up for more projects. Because I don't think I'm quite at the size yet where companies will start sending me stuff like that. All right, so we finished the print. Let's Yep, the brim decided to stay on. I will have to get in there and get that off, but we'll let it cool down a bit. All right, James, there we go. Yeah, we do have a nice overhead. So believe it or not, I actually don't like any of those, on the bridging at least. All of them have some sort of separation there on the bridging on the outer edge. But if I take a look at the little towers inside, my stringing appears to be lowest at the 245 and the 240. Overhang wise, all the overhangs did pretty well. Yeah, so, but this is actually quite difficult because At the 250, the 255, and the 260, I'm getting stringing, but that could still be retraction. 245 and 240, there's no stringing. The overhangs, like I said, they're pretty good. So I'm honestly not sure where to go on this one. If I look at the numbering where it's printing, the 250 seems to have the clear, all those numbers that are embossed in there. The 250 there seems to have the best numbering. Let's see here. Let's see here. You're disappointing. The thing is, oh, let's see. Old Aussie saying, Sid Salem PLA. Yeah, Howie, we have not tuned extrusion yet. And like you said, we're doing temp. Next is going to be flow rate, then pressure advance, then retraction. We're going in order. But now I've got to get that stuff on there, and you guys were, I'm not going to use the BQ scraper because you guys were really going to town on me last time I took that anywhere near my bed. So we're not going to make that mistake again. So let me see what I can use to possibly peel that stuff off that's not a sharp razor blade. Well, technically, the Panda scraper isn't a razor blade, but it is sharp. Where did I put... Ah, there it is. iFixit kit.
Hey, that's mine. Thief.
I might be able to use the plastic spudger. Use my fingernail. Well, down under, I was trying not to touch the build plate to keep the oils from my fingers off of it, but all right, we got that stuff off. So I'm going to go and tell this filament to actually print at 250 because that looked to be about a good one there. Let's see here. Oh yeah, I have to go through and say we have to do a save config to save that Z offset. So it's going to reset on us. Okay. Okay, so we have that set to 250. Reslice the plate. And I haven't homed it yet, but homing is part of the print start, so I'm going to try and learn something right now. And that is, if I just hit upload and print before I hit home on the other, will it do? Connection timed out. Oh, that worked. Print, upload and print. Did my IP address change? It did. All right. So it's looking like I don't need to home before I send a print. Because it's part of my print start, it'll do that for me. Cool. So a lot of you guys are probably like, well, duh, but I'd never done it before, so. Let's see here. So Miko, this one is the flow rate. So yeah, I guess extrusion multiplier is what it would be. If I'm wrong on that, someone please correct me. Because this is the part of the build process where I am actually learning on the fly. I'm trying to do a bit of research beforehand, but Clipper and all that, there's a lot of people that go out and build these things, but because the Clipper process and the tuning process is not as entertaining, I guess, for on-stream content, you don't see a lot of videos on it.
And it definitely is not entertaining. I can tell you that. I'm about to fall asleep. Is it bedtime yet?
No. Oh, second here. All right, James has something to talk to you guys about real quick that he's really proud of.
I mean, sure. Yes. I acquired a new vehicular device. It gets me from point A to point B in spectacular fashion. That's about it. That's all you get.
He's really happy about it. And it's really nice. James, Mad Dog wants to know if it's a moped.
How did you guess? No, it is not a moped. It is a Hyundai Ioniq 6, which is, in my opinion, one of the best electric vehicles on the market right now. At least in North America, obviously.
James, Papa's saying, so it doesn't have four wheels and a roof?
I can read, you know.
Oh, they're
I'll
asking
fight
me
you.
questions. He's not very talkative, I guess.
I just said I was tired.
Or the power grid cloud hammer.
Yeah, I pull a Wreck-It Ralph. Or Ralph breaks the internet, technically, every time I need to go somewhere. It only slightly makes the Jetsons car sound. You have to listen real close for it.
That would be interesting to change the audio file in a car to make it sound like the Jetsons car. Once I get that back panel on there, I've got to figure out some way to keep this thing from looping down like it is, because it wants to loop down instead of up.
Have you maybe tried turning it?
That makes too much sense. I might need to do a longer purge line or prime line, because it just barely started printing at the end of that prime line. So far we're sticking. Gonna knock on that wood.
That was very loud. Don't do that again. I'll fight you.
You'd fight me for not doing it.
I'll fight you regardless. Let's go.
Exactly.
Right
so there is no incentive to not do it, because whether I do it or not, you'll fight me. Ugh. Okay. First three have gone down. It's doing number 4.
Jeff wants us to fight.
Jeff, are you not entertained?
Are you not entertained?
Miko, are you a fan of butt sumo?
I'm right there with you, down under. Right there with you.
I mean, down under, I could sit here and get James to go grab the Lego models that I got him for holidays, and we could show those off.
Those are all the way over there.
Ah, so just UFC. All right, can respect that. Down under, we'll crank the speeds up here once we get this thing tuned.
Do it now. Do it now.
Sitting here and looking. Wow, these first layers are looking like crap. I mean, down under, I can just type 150 right here and do the same thing. I'll do it. All right, that's been put in. We're doing 150% speed right now. Let's see here. Is that a bit better for you guys? Let's see, I'm looking, it's the highest I've seen speed-wise is 92 millimeters per second. Since we did this. Howie, I wouldn't use, if it's going around herbs, which is food, I probably wouldn't print that, because you know, you really don't want this. FDM printing is not food safe. Well, the standard FDM printing isn't. I think there are some specialty filaments and some specialty printers where they can do that. This is doing 250 millimeters per second now on some of those long movements. Yeah, Howie, I probably wouldn't put that near that.
I mean, if they do, they won't be doing it for long.
I'm just keeping an eye on these speeds here. I've seen some up to 200, but it looks, yep, there's 222 on that movement. Yeah, as it's doing those nice long movements, it's getting up to around 250. It's the short ones that can't really ramp up the speed. Square corner velocity. Got an underbagger, would that be in the config? It's going anywhere from 9 to 12, it looks like. Yeah, it's going 9 and then 12 for the square corner. Yeah, velocity is saying it's 300 millimeters a second. Acceleration's going back and forth between 3,000 and 7,000. And square corner is going back and forth between 12 and 9. It's not just, so Miko, it's not just the microscope, the food that gets stuck in the pores and makes the bacteria. It's also the filament breaks off and then you're imbibing those plastics into your system. Or
a little plastic never
in the
killed
case of what
anybody.
he's talking about, you're burning it and inhaling the plastic. And I think my Z may still be off. I might have to do like a full bed print thing and really dial in that squish, because yeah.
I mean, you could always just, coat your print in a little bit of a couple layers of resin, and then you're good. As long as it's a food safe resin, which most of them are. Also makes it more watertight.
Let's see here. I'm not sure if any of these are going to be good. I think for the first time, I might actually have to do work on this off stream just to make it so you guys don't have to sit through boring prints of me sitting here just raising and lowering the Z height. Down under, after the way you were telling us about the way it was working beforehand, 290 sounds like a miracle getting out of that thing. I can definitely tell there's curling on that front. Let's see, for you guys, the front right one is curling. Yeah, there's a few that are curling up. There's some shrinkage.
But even when we do end up printing that popcorn bucket, and after it gets painted, I think I'm just gonna do like 3 or 4 coats of resin on it.
Nico,
And it
they're
should be good to go.
Curling up. They are curling off the bed plate. At least that's the way it looks. Because I'm pretty sure there's not an overhang on this, but we'll sit here and the only thing I can think of being too hot then, because I've got the extruder at 250, the bed's at 110. So maybe the bed is too hot. Or the cooling could be too aggressive, yep. I think the cooling might be a bit too extreme, because the fans are running at, let's see, controller fan, exhaust fan, and hot end fan are running at 100%, and I'm guessing that's the cooling fan that keeps turning on and off, and that's running at 80%. Mad Dog, thanks for stopping on by. Tom, if you want to send, be my guest. Just let me know what for shipping cost. Yeah, I'll have to take a look at the end of this and see, because it could also just be a shadow. Tom, if you've got black, that'd be great. Yes, I did. Yeah, we definitely have some tuning to do here. But at this point, I can say this might be a off the stream part, because I don't know how much you guys want to sit here and see me going through and changing all those. Actually, better yet, let's do this. Hey, James, we can do this. Let's go and make a poll. We have a poll. We can do that. Yes, if you haven't liked the stream yet, please do so. It does help with getting us noticed by YouTube and putting out recommendations and everything. Oh. Let's see here. Havoc, you can send a print. I can't guarantee I'll open on stream just because I know you.
I want to be very clear. Anything that gets sent to the P.O. box, it's opened by me before it's streamed. He doesn't get to see it, so he gets a genuine reaction on camera. But I will be opening it to make sure it is fit to be on camera.
And all those just came right off. So, yeah, they're definitely peeling away from the print bed. Let's see. James, can we get the overhead? You can see how it's peeling. It's curling away from the print bed. So, and yeah. Look at those first layers. Those look terrible. Yeah. It's kind of hard to do any other tuning at these first, yeah. those first layers are looking terrible. So we definitely got to get that Z offset dialed in more. Let's see here. Yeah, Miko, I definitely say we definitely need to get that first layer dialed in. Let's see here. Pound hammer, the hinges of the door are tape at this point. It can be pulled off, but it's kind of hard to get around and reach around there. So that's why I'm at the top. It's actually easier to go for me to go in that way than it is to reach around and get it from the front. But yeah,
He said reach around.
those first layers. I think dog poop looks better than those first layers. And that's saying something. In the garbage it goes. But we're Parky, it should be a fairly easy fix. Miko, I can actually give you a consistency of that clicky probe. Let me just do a quad gantry level here real quick. And James, can you switch full screen on the computer? We can zoom in so you guys can. Oh, that was too far in. There we go. Down under, let me do this quad gantry real quick so Miko can see, and then I will open and do that cube. Fine, Emily, yes. QGL is part of my print start macro. It does a home and then it does a QGL. Though that QGL probably wasn't the best, because there's definitely, well, actually, a crud on the nozzle. All right. I'm going to walk around here real quick so I can actually get that stuff off the nozzle. There we go. Oh.
Hey, I need you all to know I literally just kicked his ass. You're welcome.
Okay,
That was for
let's
all of
open
you.
up the slicer. Add primitive, cube, scale it. .250 by 250 by 0.2. Lice the plate. Okay. We're gonna go print. Upload and print. We're gonna come back here to the dashboard. It's gonna heat back up. Ooh, John, the magic smoke. Sorry, man. So we're just waiting for the bed to get back up to temperature. Okay. But Miko, we're all good on the clicky probe. We're getting good results on that. So let's do it. Miko, no, bed meshing is not being done before each print. We go in here. James, can you go full screen? This is our start code. So we do, our G32, which is this back row up here, which is a G90, a G28 home, then a quad gantry level. Then he goes to the middle of the bed. Then he goes and does a prime line. And then it starts printing. That's what our start code is right now. And our prime line is literally just go to this position, move 50 millimeters, extrude, Go up 2 millimeters, go back 50 millimeters, and extrude. I don't know if it is. Based on this, I don't see any point where it would call a bed mesh. Let's do ourselves a favor. Just pause the print. Probably gonna wait until it's done quad gantry leveling. Down under, I don't even know. I think I completely. I don't think I've ever actually even meshed the hot bed on this one, so we might want to do a. I did a cold bed mesh, but I never did a hot bed, so we might want to do a bed mesh. That completely slipped my mind. Gonna do a prime line. And that prime line came out fine, so let's cancel this print. Let's go and peel the prime line off. That's sticking down good. Well, let's go. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. We want our heater bed up to the temperature that we print at, correct? Okay, so we'll bring the bed up to 110. But we should not need the extruder heated for this. Or the hot end heated for this. Waiting for this to get to 110. Almost there. Okay, we're there. All right, let's go and calibrate. And we'll call it default. And calibrate. Okay. So down under maker, once this is done, add bed mesh profile load equals quote default to the start macro. Okay, so right before the prime line. Got it. Caleb, how you doing? Yeah, so I told it to save it as default, so oh. Hey. You know what? Down under, I'll take the heckling because it also brings engagement into the stream, so it's a win for everyone. You get to have fun and you know, be carefree, and I get engagement and help, so I'll take it.
But do I get to sleep?
No.
Dang it.
Clownhammer, the Cardo is definitely in the future for this printer. It's sitting over there. I just need to get this printer working so I can reprint parts so I can put Cardo on it. Now, I've got an interesting question to ask about Cardo because I know it can do both ways. Cardo tap or Cardo scan? And just because I'm not familiar with the term, what's the difference between Cardo touch and tap? .091. That is the range on this bed. Ah, okay. Tap is beacon, touch is... Okay. Yeah, I'll take a .091. Okay, so now the profile is there. It's saved as default. We're going to go to machine. Go to our printer config. And let me go over to the chat. We are going to copy the line. We got to change mesh to default. So we're going to go in here, paste it in there, and change mesh 1 to default. And we will put a comment in there. Because for those of you that didn't grow up getting programming and all that, or going through this, having comments will save you headaches big time. Because the last thing you need is, hey, going through all this and then, why did I put that in there? If you have a comment after it, it can save you a ton of headaches. Let's save and restart. Go back to our dashboard. And tell it to print this again. And that says it's going to take 25 minutes. I think what do you think, Down Under? Should we go to 150 again for the speed? Night, Howie. We probably won't be going much longer. I'm probably going to do this one print and we'll probably call it after that. And we'll come back next week to do more. Okay, so keep it that way so we can retract easier. All right. I'm reading my chat. Thank you, Howie. Howie, you're going to be getting something here soon, so. Oh. No. We're getting the home. Then we're going to get a level. Okay. Let's see here. Howie, the NG's printing them now. Thanks, man. So we'll keep it at 100, and then once it starts printing these layers, we're right here. What should we do? 0.01 steps or 0.005 for that? Left on your door. Yeah, there is some stuff on the door. But that is on the inside. So I can't really get to those easily right now. .05. Okay. Going around. I hope Cardo makes this faster too. Okay, so 0.5 until it looks partially decent, and then go to 0.025. Okay. Right. Bed mesh, unknown profile default. What in the heck? Now all of a sudden there's no profiles in here.
And I think with that, we're going to call it a night.
Yep. It said down here that it was saved to a profile, Miko. Yeah. I think with that, I'll call it for tonight. Because we've been going 4 hours so far. Yeah. Yep. When I get to the point where I bang my head on the table, that's where you call it, walk away, start it up next. So we'll still be working on this next stream. We won't be doing the skirts and everything. We'll still be tuning. Yep. All right. So we'll come back next stream. We'll keep going on this because the results of the poll were, hey, keep doing this stuff on stream. So you guys want to see it, I will let you see it, and we'll keep going. So with that, you know, we've been Penguin Makers. You know, thanks for tuning in. If you haven't done so already, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. You know, check out some of our other creators that have been here helping out. You know, Down Under Maker, RJ I saw in here, Cyber streams every so often. You know, Digital Dragon has been in here. Projects in Dad's Garage was in here. Check them out as well. They all make great content. And with that, I'll log off saying, go make